Hey, I'm back. I'm back for another build. I'm probably going to be building for a little bit today, but I can because my favorite game comes out tonight, I think, right? Comes out tonight, so I'll be switching gears and going over to my gaming channel, the Master 9000. Streaming there. But I had a rough week. I have a new setup because I said I was going to buy a chair. I did, and I'm playing in the chair. I also suffered a pretty bad knock to the head, a concussion. So I gotta get that checked out while I was doing repairs around the house. Right, I'm kind of pretty much done with renovations and stuff. I'm gonna get a new dresser soon. Okay, and that's probably the last thing I'm gonna get really, because I needed a new bed. I got a new bed. I got a single bed. I used to have like a queen. That was too big for me. So I got a single bed, and I've been liking the single bed. I got a pretty decent mattress because, again, we do sleep on it 8 hours a day or more. So I got a good mattress to sleep on, which is kind of expensive. The bed frame, not too much, is a wooden finish frame. You saw it last time. I got a box spring and mattress protector and pillow protector, just stuff like that. I got a little nice couch here. And I'm going to be building a mansion this time. This is where the designs are really going to be, I would say, impressive. Because I think the mansion build is very impressive stuff. I think I showed off my other mansion build. I think took me a month of work to do. I don't know how long this one's going to take me, but when it comes to building this creation, I know I've been taking a few breaks here and there because, again, renovations, and I did hit my head, and mainly because the program that I'm using, this program right here, Trials Rising, because the only program that I can afford right now is not the best, right? And I should work on not getting so agitated whenever the program breaks and then I have to restart half an hour or whatever, how much I lost, right? Like if the power shuts off, it's understandable, right? Understandable. If the game breaks, it gets a little bit more irritating, right? Because then that's the whoever developed the program's fault. So these are all the creations that I've done so far. It says by the release date and everything. Right? So yeah, so when it comes to Metroid Prime, this is like the Metroid Prime type of build, right? I'm proud of this map, but at the same time I'm not. It's kind of like I'm kind of even about it, right? These maps are pretty good. I spelled the name wrong here. It's supposed to be Courtyard. I'm proud about this map. I'm proud about all these maps. Well, except these ones. This one's not bad. This one I encountered the language bug. You know, there's thousands of bugs in this game. And then I remade this track called Black Belt, which is an in-game black belt, which I've already mastered. I already got the highest medal for it. That's the hardest track in the game. For this game, it's called Black Belt, right? Yeah, and also made an easier version of Black Belt. I really like the decoration for it. I think it's good. But it is a very, very hard track. A very, very, very hard track. But I also like to make a slightly easier versions sometimes, you know? And so I'll be making the mansion level. I'll be making something like this. I'm just gonna show you the beginning part here. It's probably not going to be as good as these rooms, because these are my favorite areas in the game, so I really went all out with amazing realistic lighting. Even for this program that can handle, of course. So again, I made a lamp. Right? Yeah, there's a bug there, and there's another weather bug there. So the lamp, the old phone, yeah, so the lamp is, like a 1,000 pieces. No, about about 400 pieces or something. Like those that glowy part is like these tiny little lights, and I just kept multiplying them because you can't really model in this game. So I had to kind of like use my brain and how to make certain geometric shapes and stuff. Self-casting shadows aren't that great. Yeah, there are custom-made doors. You have the lightning coming from the window, custom-made couch. Carpet. So it looks like a very, very nice place to live. You know, it has good lighting. Little dark spots there, you can turn on the flashlight. Light coming through the window. So I'm going to be making stuff like that. And then you come in the room, there's candles. Wallpaper, furniture, bed, you know, good lighting, portraits on the wall, carpet on the floor. That one's like a carpet with a carpet on top. Very, very elaborate. Very, 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 very nice. And then we also have the shadow of the fireplace, which I just took a light and I animated it and I shook it. Right? And obviously my character has its own physical shape, and obviously you know how I made that. I just used paint dabs, and I made like a little bit of some forest scenery. So that's what I'm pretty much going to be making. That's the mansion. I think it looks pretty damn good. This is like one of my favorite rooms game that I've made. So, yeah, it's not accurate from the original game, but I think it's pretty good. Like, I did a good job into creating the interior and stuff like that. So that's my mansion build that I'm proud of, and I can show other people. Move around and walk around and stuff. It's pretty dark because I wanted to make it a little bit more realistic in a way. So that there's like a lot of dark spots. Like I wanted to really work on the lighting a little bit. And so you have like your dark areas, and it's kind of like at night. And you're kind of like just in the mansion. Creepy mansion. From Resident Evil, of course. Playing chess here. We're gonna go to Grandma's room. This is Grandma's room. Very vintage looking designs, you can say. Very old. That's the type of look we're gonna go for. It's a very old, rich mansion design. That was just a mansion build that I've built at the beginning of the year. It says there 01/26/23, and I built this last year. At the ending of last year, the mansion build. We built all these little tiny level creations ever since then. I really like the residence build. This is like almost like a Western type of building design, old, antique, you know. And you have the courtyard, which is behind the mansion, right? And then obviously the cave build, which I think that was the first build I've done, was the caves. I did the whole cave section, right? Which was a challenge. I did it, you know, it turned out to be really good. You know, like every time I attempt these builds, I don't know what the outcome is going to be. Is it going to be good or is it going to be shit? Is it going to be bad? You know, going to be good or is it going to be bad? I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell. You're building it. Like this one was pretty good. You know, but some of them I actually don't like, surprisingly. This one right here, I like and I don't like. There's another example. Clock tower. So yeah, that's just how it is. So again, I'll be finishing the rest of the Resident Evil stuff. So I got 2 more Resident Evil builds, which I'll be doing on this channel. Just 2 more. I don't think I don't think I'm gonna do the final boss, to be honest, for the final Resident Evil map. But who knows? I don't think I am, because the game was not really made for that sort of thing in 3D space. So I just really care about the level design. So I'm just gonna focus on the level designs, really. It's gonna be boring and everything, but that's what I'm gonna really focus on, just the overall look of the map and stuff. I don't think we fought any enemies in the caves, did we? We ran out of space. No enemies here, I don't think either. We fought sharks here. And a boss. That's for sure. There is a boss battle in here. Enemies here. There's the bees, of course. Oh, and I don't think there's an enemy here. Or maybe, actually, I'm not even sure anymore. This was a much bigger level, though. Much bigger level. We done the entire palace and almost the private residence. We finished the private residence here in this level. We added the attic and rooms that we missed. Right, and then the cave section. Obviously, we missed one part of the cave. We did the entire cave section, except for one part. I already built that in this extension, right? And then I'll be focusing on building the rest of Metroid Prime. That's going to be like the goals for this year, for this channel, so you get to see how it's done. Yep. Metroid Prime for you. I think it's a pretty good map. I'll be building these sort of designs afterwards. Build that I did. Double jump. It's interesting that people want to talk now of all times. I had the whole week to talk with other people. People don't want to talk, but people want to talk the moment I'm doing something. People want to chat. It's actually the whole day I wanted to talk with people. Nobody was available to talk, but the moment I want to do something, somebody wants to talk. It's that's gonna be doing. You there? So I'm in my little couch setup now. Streaming me building on my secondary channel, and then at midnight Alan Wake 2 comes out, so I'll be doing the launch premiere of that game. Yeah, how good that game is, right? I have no idea. It looks good. I'm not sure. Oh, nice. I'm going to see if the download is available for it, Alan Wake 2. Because the I have the pre-order bundle, but okay, all right, it's already installed. It's 76.7 gigabytes. That's gonna be the Halloween horror game I'll be playing. Well, there's an update. Is that for Alan Wake 2? No, that's for Halo Infinite. Lame. Let's see how big the update is. I'm live streaming, so this is gonna be throttling my connection while I take this update. Yeah, so while it updates, I'm probably just going to switch it over to the other screen. And load up what I'm gonna do here. I'll be remaking Resident Evil. This is 3.55 gigabytes. Probably not going to be listening to any music while I build this. Well, I'm listening to the Resident Evil engine theme in the background at like 1 volume. Just has like some background. Something to listen to, I guess. And I don't even know what. Okay, so we're gonna use the lab entrance save file, I think. We're gonna go back to the mansion. Okay, so this is going to be the level that we're going to do in the future. Probably want to stay equipped. I don't know what's going to kill me. I'm going to go back to the mansion. I'm playing on very easy mode, so I don't have to deal with any threats, but it's proven to be pretty difficult because I actually died on very easy mode in one shot because the camera angles got me killed. Back to the courtyard. I really hope I never played it. No, I don't. Okay, so this is the level that I've done already, so it's like a relapse. Right, obviously no camera angles, so yeah. Obviously this looks a little bit better because this ain't Trials, of course. But for its time, it's pretty damn impressive, let's just say. Yeah, the first Resident Evil. Just the look of the game. For its time, it's... That was awkward camera angles. Oh, you mean the remake? No, yeah, it was awkward camera angles and shitty graphics. Yes, except the graphics weren't updated, yes. Those... Mm-hmm. Yes, the gameplay for the old school Resident Evil games is very broken, I would say, because you don't know where you're shooting, and it's really hard to tell where you are on the map. But I think the reason why people played the remasters because it actually looked good, but then that the gameplay was really, really bad. Really, really bad gameplay. I mean, they changed that in Resident Evil 4. Oh. Yeah. But I mean, I think you couldn't do... I think you won't be able to do first person for a game that looks this good. I think the game won't be able to render on the hardware back then. I know, but I'm just talking about the remasters. I'm not talking about the camera angles in general. Just the remastered of this game. This game will look way better than Halo 1, and it came out at the same time, obviously. You know what I'm saying? Compared to Resident Evil, no. Because Resident Evil was cheating. Like they were doing like pre-rendered backgrounds, you know what I mean? Like the reason why we have these awkward camera angles is because the game wouldn't be able to render, back then, wouldn't be able to render everything all at once. That's why they had to do these camera angles. That's the only thing that I'm thinking. And each room was a loading zone, so every time you go into a room, I think it's a loading zone, but I'm not sure. Could be a loading zone. It's because they won't be able to have enough memory to load everything at one time. I could be wrong. Okay, are there going to be zombies here to attack me or no? We're good. Okay, so we're going to be doing this area, which was, it's in the thumbnail, and I'm going to be doing this area. Oh, oh, I'm getting killed. I'm getting killed. Oh, these guys are waking up again. I almost got killed. The zombies woke up because I didn't burn the bodies. Okay, so I'm going to be doing this room. I may do the library. I'm going to link this room with that other hallway. I'm going to use the elevator from this floor and going to be linking it with the floor down below. I'm going to be modifying the mansion, actually. I'm going to be cutting off that room right there and not making a downward section. See how it goes from there. That washroom, that area where it says typewriter item box, that whole area in red is an area you have to stay away from. That's a death zone. That's where all the monsters are at. Looks like the original Trials servers expired finally because the game is too old. But I could be wrong though. Maybe they're back. But people have been saying, "Oh, why are the servers not back?" And here's the problem: the servers went down on PC and on all consoles at the same time. You know what I mean? So no one can, yeah, like all games, yeah. But then they kept it. But then they kept the Trials Rising servers up, which is. But I mean, that's a newer game, right? Of course, right? So sooner or later, the Trials Rising servers are going to fail, and we're going to lose all our maps and all our progress. So why every time I make a creation, I always make a video of it so I can look back on what I've done. Yeah. Probably going to. We have to. So, what was I gonna did that? We did that. When it comes to the ladder, we have to like... We can put frictionless platform. Fill in the gap here. Go so we can see what's going on. Tricky, this part. I have to use the terrain and start filling in the gaps a little bit here. Surface graphics. Figure out what's clipping here and move that back. Wherever my lights are. I can't find my own light sources. That for now. Where is the light source down here? I don't have like plywood on the floor here. Um, uh, we're gonna work on the walls. Did this last time, but then this game had to delete my my map. This is top tier quality game. There's not accurate, but whatever. This little corridor right here. I like this. I don't like this because it's creating like effects here, like boom. It's not. Why? We have that. There's a window here, looks like. There. These walls have to be built higher, it looks like. like kind of cheat the windows a little bit here. Don't have to really follow the criteria of the windows. Gonna have to obviously delete the lights after, if you've been following along. Lights so I can see what I'm doing for now, because it's nighttime. I want to keep the atmosphere. I'll be back. This is going to be the elevator. Gonna be the elevator, and guess what? I won't be able to do the. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna have to like cheat because I can't go down because down is the caves. I'm gonna have to go up. Even though it makes sense, it doesn't make any sense, but it makes sense. The elevator system is gonna work, but it's gonna work a different way. Sorry. Do we still have the top deco stuff that I... maybe. So I'm going to be using this right here, and I have to do some design with it. Okay, we're going to use that piece, and we're going to make some sort of design with it. We're just going to do the layout, three-dimensional work first. There's going to be like a picture frame on the wall, it looks like. We're going to have some windows here, but we're going to mimic a window. We're not going to really follow the window, the same window stuff. I think there are railings here too, so we're going to have to do some sort of railing stuff. There's going to be a library here. A library. When it comes to three-dimensional stuff, I think we're fine. We got to put some fire on these doors. I think we saved the fire candle torch from the caves level. I just don't know where it is. It's right here. We're gonna do this, and we're switch it around. Where is the... The only bad part about this is again the tags, and we cannot hide this as we established in the other. Because there's no option to hide tags. I mean, there is, but the textures are gone as well. Want them a little bit lower like that. Hopefully that we can copy these, that the editor won't break. Because we had a bug that broke our map the other time, that we copied the candle groups. For whatever reason, that broke. We just gotta like triple, quadruple make sure. Because we're dealing with Trials Rising here, you know, it's one of the iffiest garbage editors ever created. So, we just gotta keep on our guard there. We're gonna have a flame torch here. Probably just gonna put one here, actually. Flame torch. Why is our flames disappearing? I think it's maybe a distance thing while we edit. So the elevator. Elevators be kind of small. Gonna have some women with tits on the wall. There. Just to have that, those details. We gotta make sure our game character can fit inside this area here. Already established a zone for which the character can go in. This is kind of like our little measuring point. I don't even know if I actually want it. The reference for the elevator, you know, just leave it there. Probably looks a little bit better, maybe. Have this thing here. There's just gonna be a wall all the way there, right? I'll grab one of these walls and just... get a light here. Grab this beam. Let's put it here. Grab this. Just probably grab another one and put it there. And have the little elevator area. So we have that. We have a door there. Door here. We have a statue here. We're not going to do anything with this door here. Something here. So this is going to be a fake door. Our hallway is too narrow here. Gotta keep... this. This wall looks a little bit too narrow as well. My goodness. We need to have a door. Have one, we'll just copy paste this. We can take away the handle on this side. Oh, we can't select because this editor is not very good. This is a fake door. And then flame torch at the end here. Here we have that door. Script for the door. You have a metal door script already, right? We only had one. I don't know if we need another metal door script. This is our first doors. We're gonna need the ceiling, of course. So let's color the floor to like a brown. Now we need some sort of wall here. I don't think we need a wall for this one over here. We'll just put... Walls are not even. That's not good. Okay, we're good. Wall is even. Now we can adjust it accordingly. See? I don't know how big this elevator is going to be. Okay, so we have the ceiling here. The elevator. I can adjust. Run. We're gonna do a design up here. Do fire torches here. There's 2 flame torches here. Flame vortex. Also like a statue here or something. We have a statue already on the map, so I can actually take that statue. Grab it. Place it somewhere else. Is this So I have to do like a... Fine. Depth to it. It's kind of big though, this structure here. Maybe we can tilt it. Like the texture zone within the object itself. And if we're not happy with the, we can always, oh, it's not glued, it's not grouped, I mean. Did one, so it's, you know, Wall there. There. Hmm. Also have a little design here as well. Just take. Nope, the other one. Then we have our elevator there. We probably have to create a base elevator. We are going to create. Be the floor of the elevator. And we need a ceiling here. And I need a ceiling. Why is our floorboard here too high? Much better. We got the door there. That door is going to be locked. We have that elevator. Actually, we don't even have something there, do we? It's going to be higher up. So we're gonna have to design here. I'll just play around. Particular pieces. And then we'll just utilize the designs of this. Why do we need a ceiling here? Elevator's gonna go up. You know? Ceiling here doesn't make sense. Elevator is going to go up. So we're going to need elevator is gonna go up. Or elevator shaft. We gotta animate the elevator. This is poking out. We gotta that. Yeah, we gotta like put lights in the elevator shaft so we can see what I'm doing. Probably gonna put it all the way up here. Elevator shaft is going to end. I would say here, maybe. We'll probably take the same design pattern. Probably gonna have to. Won't be able to grab everything. Have that. We're probably not going. I think we have an undo button. That's gonna need a ceiling for this. Gonna be nothing on this side because I know there's some Z fighter on the ceiling here. Saw that. So if there's Z fighter on the ceiling, then there's gonna be Z fighter here as well, right? Probably gonna be Z fighter here as well. Yeah, there is. Fighter. It's unfortunate that there's Z fighter on those. But I fixed it. It's all fixed. So we're going to have a... I said from the beginning of the other level that I was going to have a cutoff here. This area right here. I think this particular hallway shaft, we're gonna see through the shaft. Probably like bring the shaft down here. Bring the shaft up. We'll be able to see the shaft. Little C area. Like a little design. Make it look like a rich mansion design. All the way this way. Big fan of this particular instance. Very nice, right? This thing is clipping through the wall. That's not very nice anymore. This is gotta go this way. Thing heads up there, okay. So the elevator section is gonna link up with this room. I think this is like big enough, this area. Walls going far up, right? There's gonna be a long hallway here. I don't know how big though. I'm gonna make it kind of big actually. The hallway doesn't need to be that fat. Then we gotta play around with the wallpaper and stuff like that. I'm gonna put a wall here just in case. I don't like this So there's our upper floor. So we're probably not going to put stuff in the... we're going to leave this elevator. I mean, there's going to be a light in the elevator itself. But we don't need anything in the shaft. Okay, so that's the top of the elevator. Is our Z fighter happening here? No. Shift in the elevator right here. Probably want to get rid of. Problem isn't it? No. Gap. A gap. You'll be able to see what's going on while you're riding the elevator. We're gonna have to fill in the gap a little bit here. Gap there. You don't want it to clip through the walls. I think we're good. We can see it here. Probably just gonna go like probably don't even need this wall, right? Yeah. Here, while we have a wall that comes up through right there. So the elevator shaft is done. Now I gotta do the elevator. I already have a pre-built script for the elevator, so the elevator should be easy to do now. Very easy elevator script, right? And then we gotta do the details. So we gotta fill in the details of everything. I think there's going to be flame torches in the bottom. So what I'm doing is I'm combining this room with another room, modifying it, changing it. This is going to be the library. Door is already working. We got to just test it out to see if everything's working. If I'm being perfectly honest here. We save 43. Oh, save as new 43. I think we already have a script for locked doors. I gotta find out where it is. It's right here. I think I'm just gonna group this script so we're gonna have to like multi-select it every time. Super simple, it's just a sound effect. And any locked doors, now I can just put the sound effect on. Right? So it's object 2. will be, if the player interacts with that door, it will make like a locked sound, giving an indication you can't go through the door. Adds a little bit more of detail to it. The library probably is going to be open. This is going to be locked. This is going to be open. And that is going to link with the other hallway. The famous hallway in our thumbnail of this video. Yeah. So I don't think I'm going to work on this part today. But maybe I will. I'm actually not sure. Because I did do this part. I got to do the hallway as well. Now we're doing multiple floors, right? This floor right here on top is going to be the famous hallway. The famous hallway. That's like one of the starting areas of the game. And then this hallway is just going to be part of the library. So my main goal is to do this hallway here, which we started doing. We already filled in the gap. We got to do the other hallway. Then we got to do the top hallway. So if we still have space, I can do the library. Library is going to be a massive room, right? Huge room. And then if I have space, I'll just do little tiny rooms here and there that I like from the original Resident Evil. So we're combining the altar section with the caves, all the altar section, and combining it with the mist cave section, climbing up the ladder into the mansion area, a modified mansion area with more modified sections of the mansion. I think we got a puzzle. Yeah, that was the puzzle for the altar section. It's not even a puzzle. It's just, I mean, it's kind of a puzzle. It's like the easiest puzzle to solve. Really, a monkey can solve it. You just like gotta push things. That's it. Super easy. I made the puzzles easy so the player can solve the puzzles. I'll have to do all the work for the puzzle, of course. So the player never has to worry about solving the puzzle, because designers, myself, will do all the work. So we can test it out to see how it goes. This is the area, we climb up the ladder. And then pick up here, like the cave section. So we can climb up the ladder, we can fit in the door, we can fit in the elevator shaft, we can look up at the elevator shaft, we can test to see if these doors are working. Doors are working, you can see the outline of the level. Door's locked. Statue. Door works. Door is not opening towards you, away from you. Very nice. Very, very nice. There. Line over there. Work on designs, and then we gotta do lighting to make it look a little bit more realistic. Of course. You have all the flame torches there that we've designed in the previous chapter, like the cave section, the Indiana Jones cave puzzle area. Pretty good. So we got to do the elevator script now. And then the elevator itself. Yeah, we can't see in the inside the elevator. Annoying a little bit. You can actually see it from here, actually. Hopefully I don't only get attacked. So we're gonna have like a... I'm gonna improvise a little bit. I can't really see what's going on in the elevator. I can only assume so much. There's obviously going to be like a little bit of an elevator itself. But I can... I love my little elevator design. I don't know if I'm gonna like change it up a bit here. Or I'm gonna make the elevator different. Actual games. Just group those objects. Of the elevator itself. all this ceiling of the elevator. Ceiling like a more of a dark. I like the designs on the connectors. And we don't have like the elevator door itself. Gonna have to glue this. You have to make like a little elevator door. Okay, so we got the elevator door. Got like a little bit of an elaborate design where you can almost like reach in there and grab it from the sides, but I don't think we want that. Fill in the gap a little bit here. When it comes to the elevator door, I'm gonna have to just animate it like this. Or I can animate it upwards, but then it will go through. See that? But animate it downwards. Same thing goes. It's gonna be like a simple little button here. Are we do 2 buttons maybe? They're all gonna be for show. They're not gonna be actual buttons. Say elevator. Here's our elevator button. Okay, so we don't have to... I can bring that player from there. I didn't have to test out the water. We got our elevator. Well, elevator is gonna be moving. Probably gonna have like the side, right? Leave it down on the floor here. Okay, so that's the elevator itself, and then we gotta do the... Just gonna put a light. What light can I use here? Put a little light bulb, I guess. Have that. And another little light. Full design aspect. Get rid of. So, get rid of. Likes a complex item. I want to combine everything. I want to combine this group. Just a pivot. Adjust the physics. I think we're good. We're good. I can save it. I mean, it's a live stream. I'm reading the chat right now. Unsub, it's not a live stream. That's very interesting. Well, good luck to you. I don't understand. I really don't understand certain users be like, oh, it's not a live stream. Goodbye. I mean, it is a live stream. I was just paying attention what I'm designing, and the chat's all the way over there. Alright, unsubscribe. Goodbye. I have to always be attent to the people reading the chat, of course, because, you know, they're attention whores, right? What do you expect? I want to ban that guy, actually. I don't know who it is. This is kind of annoying. You have the audacity to come in and say, oh, it's not a live stream, but it's a live stream. Sense, though. Like, I always have to be reading the chat. Like, the chat's always 0 views. Always 0 views. Always. So I'm like, I have the chat open just in case somebody wants to come in and chat, but then we have one asshole that just comes in. The internet at the same time was a good thing, but at the same time it was a mistake. You know? And that's how I'm going to have to see it. But there's probably somebody from the Trials community, so it doesn't really surprise me at this point. People from the Trials community have their heads shoved up their asses, you know, they can't really see the world around them. Sorry to be offensive, but that's just how it is, dude. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Alright, I'll just... Go get banned. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Now, you want to give me a rude comment? Then I'm not really in the mood for that right now. Wasn't that rude, but it's pretty rude, you know? That's how you get banned in Sane's chat, by doing stuff like that. over here building. I can understand if I was a little bit irritated and pissed off and someone came here to give me some criticism or something like that. I understand that, but you know, it's the internet. What do you expect? Like you have to always be attention driven. To somebody asking a question in the chat, like if you don't answer them right away, it's like they hit the nuclear bomb button immediately. It's like, bruh, like I'm building something. I'm not gonna always see the chat. Like I'm gonna see it from time to time. You know, usually it's a ghost town in my chat, obviously. Like who wants to watch me build for 10 fucking hours in a row, right? But that's just really fucking annoying, you know? I guess I'm pretty active, you know, if you got banned, I'm sorry, but like it's just that's a pretty rude rude thing to say. Like I have to be attent and automatically respond to your comment. It's just really annoying, to be honest. Really, really annoying. It's like me playing a game and then I'm like really into it and I'm not really paying attention to the chat and the guy's like asks a question. Hey, how you doing? Oh, it's not a live stream. Unsub. You're asking to be banned. You're asking to be banned. I don't know if the intention was that person to be banned, but he got what he desired. He got what he wished for. You know, it's just like if I came into somebody else's chat and said that, I'm insta-banned, because I'm being rude. I'm not gonna do that. I respect the streamer. If the streamer's doing something, I'm gonna give him patience. If he doesn't see it, he doesn't see it. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't understand. And I did see it. I don't know how long that chat has been there. I don't think I've been streaming for that long. I've only been streaming for like 2 hours. So it has to... And I know I checked that chat like half an hour ago. So if you couldn't even wait half an hour in a building stream of all streams, then I don't know what else to say. It's just pretty annoying. You know what I'm saying? No. Sucks to be that guy though. Hope it was not anyone I know in real life, but like why would anyone I know in real life do that though, you know? Why would they just straight up just be an asshole like that? Nice halo ring. Like, I would have said thank you, but now I can't say thank you. Because he's banned. I banned the guy. Whoever it was, I'm not sure. I don't know who it was. Pretty annoying though. That's just how it is. It sucks. I don't know why people just don't have to think before they type. You know, like, think before you type something rude. You know? Like, don't just come up to somebody's stream expecting a response immediately. And then just... nothing happening, you know? Obviously, you know, I'm not gonna leave terrible comments in the stream, of course, right? Like, if you guys haven't... I'm not gonna go over it again. I'm just repeating myself. Just don't be rude to other people, you know? Like, I can understand I was a bit rude a few times because I called this editor trash when I literally deleted stuff. Maybe he was the creator of this engine. It could have been, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, dude, but your engine kind of sucks. It does the job, but it does kind of suck sometimes when I have to redo stuff. This editor wasn't properly programmed. Maybe it was the guy, one of the team people who made Trials Rising's engine. And then they got fired because I don't know if that company even still relevant till this day. It sucks, but I mean that's what happens when you release a product half broken, and then expect the users not to complain about it. You know, like I just don't understand certain engineers. Like if I make this elevator right now, and then it breaks, and I know it breaks, and I still release it, that's on me. That's on me. So I'm gonna try my best not to break so it works properly. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't understand. I think that's the thing that triggers me the most. We have, like, a war on the other side of the world, too, against Israel and this other countries that I'm not really sure what to call them because, like, I don't live in that part of the world. It's just, like, people just seem to want to fight and kill each other at every possible avenue they get, dude. It's actually pretty stupid. You know? Either if it's fucking racists or just they hate somebody in general, dude. I don't know what his response was. Like, I'm gonna be playing a game tonight called Alan Wake 2. I'm gonna be fighting monsters and killing demons and stuff because that's what that game's about. So as I'm in the middle of battle, someone's gonna come in the chat, be like, "Respond to me. Is this a live stream or not?" I'm like, "Bruh, chillax. I'm in the game." Chillax. I'll get to your question or whatever soon, but chances are if I'm playing a video game, like, I'll interact with the chat when I can. It's like I have to be an octopus with 8 eyes. I have to, like, attend to everything. Like, I only have 2 eyes. Like it drives me insane, dude. It drives me insane. Drives me insane. I guess now he knows it's a live stream. Whoever that was. She, he, it. No. Now they know. Now they know it's a live stream. Back to the mansion theme. Sometimes I like to switch soundtracks every now and then so I don't listen to the same thing over and over again, just some background music. It's mainly inspired from this game, but so every so often I have the chat open just in case somebody comes into the chat, but usually that never ever happens, and when it does, I don't get pissed off and just delete the chat. Obviously other people have came in and asked me questions in the past or whatever, and I was able to reply. Sometimes I don't reply. Sometimes I'll reply half an hour later and an hour later. It all depends on if I can see the chat or not. You know. So my goal now is to do the elevator. I don't even know how long I'll be streaming for, to be honest. I kind of left Destiny. Oh no, Destiny's still there. So I gotta go back and chat with Destiny. Right here. Okay, so I'm gonna animate this elevator now. I'll go back to this, talk with Destiny again. Really annoying. Really annoying stuff. Really annoying stuff. I can understand somebody unsubbing from me getting like angry or something. Ryan, Maybe that's like bad adequate or whatever, like just not be able to control my my nerves or whatever if something goes wrong, right? I can understand that. Something like that, but then saying that to my face and trying to instigate a fight and everything, that's not the proper way of handling a situation. Right? It's probably a kid, he's probably crying to his mother right now. Like, it's hard to tell because it's a chat. Like, you don't know the age of the individuals or anything like that. It's just really, really, really hard to tell, really. It's just unfortunate, you know, that those things happen, you know. Oh, and I've had assholes come in the chat giving me death threats and all this other nonsense for whatever reason. And that the moment you see that is you just hit that block button and don't interact with those people again because they're just there to instigate a fight. I know all about drama. I got into some drama beefs online before with just arguments and people were just not understanding each other's point of view or whatever. Yeah, it happens. Like, it's happening in the world too. Like, there are people killing each other over disagreements and religion and racism and who knows what it is, you know? Like, it's still happening. So, I mean, this is nothing new. This is just who we are as human beings. Like, we just don't know how to... We don't know how to treat with each other. Like, we don't know how to treat each other with respect. Self-included, you know? When I'm using a program and it breaks on me, I may get rude as well. I'm probably super rude, and probably the developers are getting offended, but I mean... It's the same thing vice versa. If I make something that's broken and they play it and it's broken and be like, yeah, that's broken. It's my bad. You know, that's my bad. But then that's why you can dislike it. You know what I mean? Give me some feedback or whatever. And then in the next build or the next game or whatever, I won't do it again. You know what I mean? I will fix that, you know, but that's how it is sometimes, you know? With reviews and all that, but sometimes people could review bomb and do it on purpose to like destroy your product, and that's bad. That means they're using the system they're abusing the system. And this is why we cannot have nice things, you know. It's almost like the shampoo bottle example, where shampoo you take it, you use it, you wash yourself, but there's some people who will drink it for whatever reason. And then they'll die because they drank the shampoo, and you're not. And then there's labels on the shampoos like, "Please do not drink this. It's only for external use." Because there was an idiot that drank it and died, unfortunately. You know, I don't know why, but just how it is. I mean, it was going good. The stream was going good. I promised myself and others that I wouldn't get as agitated if something broke. Right? But I guess you just can't please everybody. Right? Like, you gotta be 100% laser focused on the chat. You know, it's crazy. I'm super irritated. A little bit irritated, that's all. And I think this code that I done right here is wrong. Actually, you know what? It's not wrong. Actually, I don't even know. Because the elevator for my... Sometimes I type in 4, 4, 2, 3, 1 and it works. But sometimes it's 4 and 2. So now I'm super confused on why it doesn't work. And I think it's just because the logic in this editor doesn't work properly. So this logic could probably make sense. Maybe this doesn't make sense. Maybe I did something wrong here. Right? But the fact that it works and it doesn't work and it works and it doesn't work and it's random, that's not how coding, that's not how scripting works. Scripting works when you make it work, it's not random. I didn't make it randomly working. I didn't put an RNG generator. You know, I made it so it works. So if something's not working right, chances are you either coded it wrong or there's a problem with your program itself. Something's not registering. And if you don't have access to that code, then you're kind of out of luck. Meaning you're kind of using a broken system, so then it's your choice to just keep on using it. Or when it comes to those sort of complex scripts, you just don't use that sort of thing. So when it comes to combination locks, they work and they don't work. So if somebody plays my map and the code doesn't work, then it's out of my control at that point, because then it works for me, but it doesn't work for others, and it works randomly. But I mean, every time I've done the map, it always works, but sometimes the code works earlier, which is probably better because it's kind of like a shortcut, right? So in my mining map, it's not like the code didn't work. Sometimes it's 4231 and sometimes it's 42. So you have like two different combination options. So you have two options now because the editor broke. So in that case, it just makes it easier in a way. Because I've noticed it, because I played the mines map the other day, again off stream, and the 4-2 didn't work. But every time I played it was 4-2, but then in the editor was 4-2-3-1. But then I worked 4-2-3-1 again, so then I was like super confused. I don't know. In this map, there's going to be no combination locks or anything like that. But in my lab map, there's going to be one combination lock. Right, so I'm probably going to use that same script again, and just drop it in the map and see how it goes, right? I'm not sure. I have no idea. But the code for that one is going to be like 8463. I think 8463. I'm not sure. So it's going to be like a 4-digit combination lock again. I don't think you have to do it in order as well. So maybe I might just do it from scratch again, because I'm going to do 8463, meaning that you just have to type in the numbers in any particular order. I mean, I'm just going to do 8463 and just use the code. I don't have to like redo the whole thing again, right? Right. And if it doesn't work exactly how it is, I'm just going to blame it on the editor, really. Because, I mean, it was just going to be easier. Then it's probably going to be like 86 is going to work. And then sometimes it's 86, 84, 84 is going to work, 8463. So I don't know. I may do it again. I may not do it again. Who knows? But it would be super simple script to do. You type in 8. After you type in 8, you can type in what number you want, as long as it's 8463, and I'm probably just going to add 8, add 4, add 6, and add 3. 8 plus 4 plus 6 plus 3. When that mathematical number reaches that, but yeah, just something like that. But then I also want to do that specific order as well. So when it comes to this editor, it doesn't really register that well. And you remember, you can only type in 4 numbers to equal the amount. So you can only type in 4 numbers. After those 4 numbers are done, it resets. So you have to type in 8, 4, 6, 3. Right? If you don't type in, but what happens if you type in a different order, like 3, 8, 4? You know what I'm saying? Like if you type in a completely different order, it's probably going to work the same way. I could do it. I could set it up like that as well. Or I can set it up where you have to type in 8, you have to type in 4, you have to type in 6, and you have to type in 3, so the code can register and you can unlock. That's how passcodes work right on the internet, right? So. I hope it's not someone that I really know in real life that just made a stupid mistake. That would be unfortunate, or I don't know. Why would you type that though? Why would you type in unsubscribe? You didn't listen to my chat. Like that's just being a child. That's not something you do. That's how you get banned. That's how you get banned. Really. And that's how you got banned. Oh, you got banned because you wanted to make me agitated and upset. That was the goal of the post that you did. And you've succeeded with flying colors, but you got banned, so. And resub again. So make a new account and resub. Root again, I'll ban him again, and I'll ban him again. He can make 1 billion accounts, I'll ban them all. Not a big fan of people who want to go online and just pick fights with other people. That's the Trials community, though. Trials community's like that. Sadly to say. And I don't think it's just the Trials community. I think it's just the Trials Rising community. I keep saying the Trials community as a whole, but I've never had problems up until Trials Rising. When it comes to like community drama and stuff like that. People trying to pick fights with me. It's only this game. You know why? Maybe because this game is broken. So it's starting to know like a trend. Like broken communities equal broken people, maybe. I'm not sure. But it could be a possibility, though. Okay, so when it comes to this dummy object, I'm gonna have it here, actually. And we're probably going to say glue this. So when we interact with that, and then we're gonna just put the triggers here, actually. So this is the top of the elevator. Gonna be the top. And this is gonna be the bottom of the elevator. If it is somebody I know in real life, that would be fucking weird. Really, really weird. Because it's like me justifying their actions between my actions. I mean, the guy unsubbed anyway, but I banned him because I feel like that was not a nice thing to say. Oh, even though he didn't really say a lot, but he said something. Oh, he assumed something. I don't know, man. Just certain people, dude, on the internet are weird and they don't understand. Maybe it's not his language. I am not even sure. I am not sure at all. I guess the lesson was learned there. Don't pick fights with people online and then expect not to be your fault. So we have the elevator up there. So when it comes to the triggers, we gotta apply all triggers to the game character, or it's not gonna work. So all the triggers are connected to the game character. Now the game character can work. We're going to connect. We don't need this. We do not need this. That was for the other elevator thing. Okay, so this is going to attach to the elevator, of course. The elevator is going to go up. Okay, so let's see what's going on. So the elevator, got to tell something to trigger the elevator. So that's going to trigger the elevator. And I'm gonna have to test the elevator. We have to go the opposite direction. Gonna be great. We're gonna have to go the opposite direction. Have to go positive. Six. I don't know. Let's say positive 10. I'm guessing positive 12 now. Positive 12. So it's probably going to be positive. We're supposed to stop, but okay. Constantly doing that. Okay, so that's going to be maybe just 11. No, that's too much. It has to be. I'm gonna have to say maybe 10.75. We have to adjust it both because it's not gonna stop. 10.75. I think no. 10.60. Perfect. 10.60 it is. 10.60 is the right dimensions. Okay, so 10.60. And then the bottom is obviously 0. And the bottom will turn on. Right? When we reach 10.60. The elevator's Dunzo. Gotta create another animation for the doors opening and closing. Oh, I gotta love that. So we're gonna borrow the power from here because we're gonna create an elevator. Well, I mean, we're gonna create going to be a controlled animation. So this is, we can get an exact decimal number. Right, so we're just going to say group object. I'm gonna say this is the top. This is the bottom, so we give an indication what is the top and what is the bottom. I guess we can just ungroup it now, we're not going to move these around. Okay, so the top and the bottom. So we know what the top and the bottom is. So we're going to start with the top. Position Y, we're just gonna say it's probably gonna be -3, just to see what that does. It's not on, that's why. Apparently that's the opposite direction. I'm gonna have to say that's probably a 7. Probably not. Probably a 6. Whoa, that's a lot. Okay, so we don't need that. We're gonna say maybe a 3, actually. Before we do that, we gotta do another type of event to stop it, right? Yeah. One of these. Have a generic filter. We're gonna tie this to that. And probably just gonna say 3, or I actually don't even know what number it is yet. A value like this. We're gonna move this away because we don't know how big this is gonna be. Gonna be the value for that. Gonna have this value, and then we're gonna have to say stop animation. Stop. We want to say on false, but on false it's going to say on. I don't want that. So we'll do something with the elevator script here, combining with this. Okay. Get rid of this for now. See, the equivalent is probably 3. It's lower than 3. 3.60. Maybe 3.63. It's not. It's crazy. 4. We'll just say 4. Dude. Just gotta play around with it until it works. 3.90. 3.85. How much more do we need? Oh, it's like right there. So maybe it's 3.80. I'm gonna say 3 point. Now it's between 85. I'm gonna say 81. $82. All right, I'll take 82. It'd be probably nice to have something here. I would love to do that door animation. The problem is our player's too fat and fit in the door. And I would love to do a hit trigger actually. So obviously our game character will be the first trigger. But then we also have to do a hit trigger for the second one. We have that hit triggers. So now we do second hit trigger. Door itself. Now the triggers are set. So the trigger for the door is going to be automatically on. Okay. After the animation for the door is done. Okay. The gonna be this trigger. We're gonna say off for that. You know, I think this is just when we go in. Okay, so when we touch the door, that's the trigger to start the animation for this and this. This is going to be a two-way trigger. When the door closes, it's going to turn off this trigger. Actually, you know what? We don't even do that. We don't even do that. When we get to the door, when we hit the trigger anyway, it turns off automatically. That's how it works anyway. Because that would just be too confusing. Just have to redirect these. Okay, so this turns off the initial trigger. This is going to turn on this, which is already on. So we don't need to turn it on, but we can turn it on. Okay. That's for the animation of the door. The elevator trigger is already programmed already. So we don't have to touch that. We really will have to test it and try to break it, of course. So then we have the trigger. This is for the outside of the thing. So when we trigger the door, when we go inside the elevator, I don't think we need a... Yeah, so when we go inside the elevator, this... again, this is going to be a trigger off. There's going to be a trigger inside the elevator itself, right? Which is going to be on. Gonna close back the door again. Gonna be off. We're gonna create another thing, turn it on. Let's do this. So what's going to happen here is it's off. So we're going to turn on this. Because when the value reaches the value, it's off. Okay? 0, I don't even really need that. So that's 0. So it's off right now. It's gonna borrow from here. So right now it's 0. If we have it on, it doesn't work. Okay, so this is going to be in the elevator itself. We're gonna have to copy this script for the door downstairs. We copy the whole thing for the door downstairs. This is going to share the same trigger for that. That is animations. That's how animations work in this game. Now we need to apply this. This is already working correctly. Okay. I don't know why that's at 152. We just have to apply this to the door down up here. Or downstairs, I mean. Which is this door right here. So what is going on here? So this trigger's off. How do I trigger this on? Now the triggers are the problem now. So when the elevator reaches the bottom, so the elevator is on the top right now. It's on the bottom. So I just have to have a trigger down here then. So now we have to play around with the triggers here. So when the elevator reaches its desired target, which is the top one here, right? Then we have to turn on the door animation. We're just gonna leave everything off. None of these are on. All these hit triggers are off. You gotta make sure the disable after hit is off. All the triggers. So these are all inactive triggers. So the door for downstairs will be on. Automatically on. That's the starting trigger. The door inside will be off. The trigger inside will be off. That's the closing of the door. Okay. Our elevator switch will be off. But then it won't be because maybe the triggers are going to be turning it on. So we're going to be kind of screwed. Okay, so when we... I was thinking maybe we don't even need an elevator switch in the bottom there. As soon as we turn on the elevator goes down. It will trigger the elevator up. So we don't even need any of these. So now we just need I'm stuck. Now I need to, when I go inside the elevator and the elevator starts, I need to turn on this trigger. Why do I need to turn on that trigger? To find out the bottom trigger. The bottom trigger. Okay, so the bottom trigger will turn on... When we turn on the elevator, we're going to turn on the trigger to close the door. When we hit the trigger to close the door, the trigger will turn off. And then when the elevator comes up, the trigger will turn on. Okay? We just have to put the trigger there. That's for the bottom. That's for the top. So in the bottom, elevator door will be closing. Automatically. This, we gotta figure out this one. This one will only work when we touch. Well, it has to trigger on though. So when the elevator goes back to 0, we will turn on this trigger. No. Yeah. When the elevator goes back to 0, we will turn on this trigger. That's the door for the top. That's the door for the bottom. At the top of the door... This is the top of the door. No, this is the bottom. Okay, so this is the bottom. So we fucked it all up. So this is the starting trigger. So this is the one for the top, which is going to be the next floor. So when we reach the next floor, that's going to be 10.60. So in 10.60, this trigger will turn on. This trigger will turn on. And, that one will turn on. Or animation will go, and then when we leave the elevator, when we leave the elevator, so this one will be on, but we have to turn it on somehow. So when the animation is done, then we turn it on. When the animation is done, then we turn it on. When the animation is done, then we turn it on. So then it's the same thing for this one. Why do we need to wait for the elevator to tell us what to do when we already know that when the animation is done, the off animation will coincide? So meaning that when the animation is done, the closing animation has to happen. Alright? The trigger for the closing animation will happen. And then when we hit the trigger, the closing animation will happen. When we're done, the closing trigger will activate, and then the closing animation will done. So this is the top trigger for the door. The top trigger is going to be the closing animation. Right? Closing animation will have to be like... Oh boy. Why does it have to be an on hit though? This is gonna complicate everything. Be an on hit value? Right? It's gonna complicate the whole thing. Because the closing animation will commence when we leave the trigger field. Oh boy. Cannot do that. Okay, now we just gotta do this. I have to do another script. Okay, so that one and that one is going to be for the outer closing animation. Are we even working here? Hello? And this one is going to hit. This is the bottom. Just hit the bottom with the top. The whole thing. This is the top. And the top is going to share the trigger with obviously the top. And then this is the bottom trigger, which we'll share with the bottom. And there's going to be the outer closing door animation triggers. We have the door closing animation triggers, which is that. So we have the ons and we have the offs. But then what happens when we're inside the elevator? We have to have a different type of on and off. No, we just need an on. We just need an on. So, okay, so the door opens. So we're in the bottom. We're in the bottom. This is the bottom. The door opens. Okay. The door closes. Is there anything triggering? Yes, there is. So those are already triggering there. So we probably need a double trigger then. We need one for the inner and the outer. Right? Or we can use the elevator trigger to do that work for us. Vice versa type deal. Okay, so we're just gonna take the word here. Okay, we're gonna combine this script right here. We're not going to do any of that. We're just gonna take an on right here, and we're gonna say so this is the for the bottom, right? This is for the bottom. These are reversed. So this is the bottom, this is the top, this is the bottom, this is the top. This is the bottom, this is the top. So when the elevator reaches the top, But then the door is not open yet. I'm dying. Trying to figure it out. So I got the triggers to work. Just give that a save right now before we lose power or something. Or the editor sets the brake on us. Okay, so we have the door that opens. Okay, so the door is gonna open. This is for the bottom. When we're inside the elevator, there has to be a trigger that will close the elevator door. When we activate the elevator, we will activate the door closing animation. It's for top is going to be the same thing. I'm going to activate the why do we need to touch that though? We need to touch that. Bottom is going to activate this and that. No, wrong. Closing animation. This. I'm gonna test it. Let's see if it works. Not sure. The elevator is open. Why? Because the elevator animations are on. Gotta turn them off. Okay. Elevator. Okay, it's off. Okay, so did I turn off the trigger for the elevator? To test the elevator. Maybe. We did. Now I can test out the elevator. So, trigger's on. Oh. Elevator's done. You see, you see the problem already, right? Now how do we turn it on again? So the elevator was working. We turn it on and off. Now when we hit it, we want to turn it on again, right? So we're gonna turn on this again. Closes. I don't know if that's gonna. I'm testing it. Elevator on. Elevator off. We're hitting it and nothing's happening now. Nothing is happening. Now we got a problem. So we turned on the animation on and we turn it off. Is it even looping? It is. Okay. So we have to test it out from here because we don't know better. We're gonna pretend we're stupid. Okay, we don't need that. We just need a trigger. Okay, let's turn on the elevator. So we turned on the elevator. In 1 second, we're gonna think that we turned. We did this again. Up. Everything's working well there. And that's where the problem happened. This is going to determine our on and off. We're going to reactivate this again. And we can do the same thing with trigger up here. That and then do this. And then I think it will fix the problem. Because what we just did here is we pretended we were the player. And that's how we were able to solve that problem. Maybe it's gonna work now. Oh, elevator on. Elevator off. I mean, door open. You see? Door close. Door open. Door close. Door open. The elevator just came up. This door is not working. We're trapped. So let's see what's happening with this elevator now. Okay, so our top door is supposed to turn on somehow, which I don't think it's turning on. And so at the end of the elevator, this should turn on the trigger. This should turn on the trigger, but it's not. We're gonna ungroup this because we don't need this grouped. So this should turn on the trigger, and it's not turning on the trigger. I'm guessing this is for the top door, right? No, this is for the bottom door. Come on now. Well, there's the problem. There's the major problem already. Well, that's problem number 2 solved. The trigger was not even aligned. So now the triggers are working properly. This trigger wasn't working properly because it wasn't assigned to the second door. So now we go inside the elevator. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, now we gotta like really take off the elevator animation stuff now because we don't need this anymore. Because we already did a double trigger, right? Because it's activating the animation again for that. So I want to see what happens if I take off these triggers here. So I think we created a double functioning trigger for the doors itself. Okay, inside the elevator, go inside. I think we're good. Now let's just try to break it here. Okay, let's try to break it. I'm gonna try to break it now. Then in the middle of the door. Okay, we can't. Gonna try to break it. Really hard to break this. Oh, look at that, we broke it. So that's the problem already. Now we left without the elevator. Do you see that? Yeah. So that is a problem. Well, our elevator is gone, unfortunately. It left without us. So you see, as the designer, if I left this in, it would be bad. Now the door won't break on us because there's always in and out. Right? Okay, so what is the problem here? So the problem is... The problem is... we suck. Okay, so the problem is... I have to create something that follows the elevator. Okay. So typically in normal elevators in real life, you'd have to have the door that follows the elevator just in case people don't kill themselves as the elevator goes up and down. But in this logical build, which is not logical whatsoever, we're not going to have that. So we got to compensate for that. Okay, so we don't need this. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is going to follow the elevator itself. So what's going to happen here is... I'm guessing this elevator's frictionless, right? Is our door animation frictionless? Yes. Okay, so... before I even do that, I'm going to tie a variable data source to the actual source itself. No, and we're gonna say the collision of the obstacle, or the collision of the object. And then we're going to say what happens if I do this? Is that bad? So maybe I can glue an object and still have the default properties of that particular object. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to see if that works or not. But I think it's going to share the properties there. Okay. So this is the physics type of the object. So the physics type of the object is gonna say this. So we're gonna do another problem. It's probably for the bottom, right? Okay, so when we are inside the elevator, when we activate the elevator, right? the object is going to have the invisible object is going to have a physical property, a physical body, let's just say. Normally, it does not have a physical body right now. It has a visual physical body, but it doesn't have an actual physical body. You can go through the physical body. So the physical body is the physical body, and it doesn't matter if it's invisible. It's going to be an invisible platform. Okay, so we're going to have no visual representation, but it's not going to have a physical body. So you're going to hit it even though it's invisible. Okay? So when we activate the elevator, the invisible body that has no physical body is going to have a physical body, even though it's invisible. And then when we're out of the elevator, it's the invisible body that has a physical body is not going to have a physical body anymore, even though it's invisible. Okay, so that's what's going to happen here. So it's a little bit confusing, I know. All right, so let's see what goes on here. So we currently don't have a physical body. Now, when we turn on the elevator, we have a physical body. When the elevator stops, we're not going to have a physical body anymore. So when the elevator stops, either on each floor, we're going to not have a physical body anymore. So these are going to be set to 3. And these, we gotta share the trigger, because it's going to... And that should counteract the braking of the elevator, of course. So that's problem solved again. Maybe. We'll see what happens. So open the elevator, go inside... Now we have an invisible wall. Which probably can help with the triggers not... So, I think it works. Could be wrong, though. Elevator open. Side, because it happens so fast. So that's already another problem too. The elevator. So now these type of elevators are going to be kind of hard to navigate because you have to go in it immediately. So in real life, this would be a terrible elevator idea because it would slice the body on the top. Not a very good idea for an elevator. It's not safe, let's just say. Okay, so... You can play around with the triggers. When we go inside the elevator, then the door closes. It would be better. But then we also made it so if we hit the elevator, then it will trigger, and that's the problem. I think that's the problem, is the hit triggers. The hit triggers are a problem. I think that's the major problem right now, are the hit triggers. Right. So maybe I gotta just do this. Interact the other problem here. When I go inside the elevator, I'll have a second hit trigger. Close the elevator. that. Same thing with. Then we can get rid of that, and the same thing goes for this one. Put it like around here, right? Isn't it halfway? Put it here. Then this trigger and this trigger. Gotta find out where the other trigger's at. Both of these triggers that share this. Why are we... Hope I didn't screw anything up there. I gotta test it again. It's getting a little complicated, not gonna lie. Complicated. Oh, you know why it doesn't work? I know exactly why it doesn't work. Because the triggers don't work. The trigger inside the elevator. So this works, but then it doesn't work now. Oh boy. Okay, so now we gotta have a trigger for the door opening. But only once when we're outside. Okay, so now we just gotta grab the new triggers, reassign them to our player, and for the top, the door will share one instance of trigger, and for the bottom, trigger will share another instance trigger. And we will apply them to here. So in the beginning, this one's gonna be on. Now we gotta tell it when is it gonna turn on. So when we hit the trigger on the outside, we're gonna tell it to turn on this trigger. When they're on the trigger on the outside, there's an outside trigger. We'll turn it to turn on this trigger. Only on the outside, not the inside. Let's see if that works. So if that's the case, then this one's on by default, so I think that should work. Then we gotta play around with it. Problem now. That's the outside trigger's turning it on. Ryan. Was the outside trigger on right now? No, it's off. The turn is something turning it on automatically. But I'm guessing this one turns it on. That's the problem. This outside trigger is turning on the other trigger. No? Don't think so. Okay, well, we gotta turn it off then. We're not turning it off the trigger. I think that should work. Because I think the trigger is always on, so it's always gonna be on. Now it's not gonna work again because it's off. See what I'm talking about? Because we're not inside the elevator. I mean, this is gonna have to turn on other trigger. Oh. Same thing with this one. I guess it's going to be. Oh, the elevator broke. Hello? That's not good. What happened? Now, what happened to the elevator? Huh? This is kind of annoying now. The elevator is broken now. So the elevator's not working down in the bottom. Whatever reason. It's not tied to the elevator, is it? This is not tied to the elevator, right? This is not tied to the elevator. Is it on? That should turn it off, right? Why is that not working though? That on accident? Supposed to turn on something. Do that. Not sure why that happened, but sure. I'm gonna kind of like scrap these triggers, not gonna lie, and just do them again because they're kind of annoying right now. Right? Kind of annoying. Elevator, why is this not working? I'm thinking the animation is too fast. Something is stopping it too, right? The animations may be too fast. I'm gonna make it short. That's also a problem with the editor. If the animation's too fast, it doesn't work. I mean, it was working before. Dude, this is really fucking stupid, dude. I'm not gonna lie. It worked before, why doesn't it work now? I had a different map that had the exact same elevator script. And it worked 100%. 1000%. And then this one, it doesn't work. I just want to know why. I just want to know why. 1000%. That one triggers that. And when we reach the true, that one, probably why we're not supposed to do that. That's probably why. This is not supposed to touch anything else. Gonna get rid of the door animations. Now testing the elevator. I mean, the elevator now looks like it's working a little bit better. It's a little slower. Right now I gotta fix the door animations. Much better. And now I'm gonna test out the elevator again. These door animations are pretty annoying, not going to lie. Hello? We hit... So the elevator is not gonna work. That makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. So when we hit the elevator, why doesn't it go again? This is gonna activate the trigger. I really don't understand here. This is supposed to activate the trigger, and this is supposed to activate the trigger. Right? But I think the reason why it didn't work is the elevator door didn't work. I'm going to hide these elevator doors for 1 second, actually. Just for now. Just for now. The main point now is the elevator. Okay. The elevator's working. Yeah, it's... Dude, what's going on? I'm going inside the elevator. Oh boy, dude. Give me a break. There's something not working now. It's... I'm gonna restart this map. It's actually very irritating now. Very, 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 very irritating. Extremely irritating. So this trigger's not working for whatever reason. This trigger triggers what? Trigger is not working. So the bottom trigger is going to trigger that, obviously. So when we get to the top... we're gonna have to trigger top. Bottom one. Yet we're at the bottom, we gotta trigger the top one. Okay, now it works. The triggers weren't on. Always a problem. Always gotta test out the elevator. Now it works correctly. Now we're going to test and break it now, because we know that the elevator works. Go in, try to go out. Okay, so right now we can't tell because we're going down. Let's try to go up and then go out again. We can't because now there's an invisible wall that's working with the physical body. Okay, so we have the physical body instance working. I'm going to test out the visual representation. Okay. Okay, so the elevator is now working. I can give it a save now. The problem was I unchecked a box. Elevator works 100% now. Now is the doors. The doors are badly programmed. How do we fix the doors? Well, we gotta get rid of the hit triggers completely. Okay. I think having a hit trigger on both sides works wondrous. That works completely good. Gotta get rid of the hit triggers now. Gotta program much more differently now. Okay, so when it comes to the triggers, we gotta do this completely differently. The door opens. Right? The door opens. Versus the door closes. I mean, you can probably have the hit triggers there. We have 3 hit triggers now. We don't want the door to open or close. From here. So now it's just the doors. Who cares about the elevator? Now it's the doors. The doors have to work properly now. So the door is... the trigger's on by default. That's going to trigger the door to open. Right? I'm going to turn off the trigger. Turn on the event. Going to be for this door, right? So we're not going to touch that trigger. So the door is going to open. It's going to remain open. Going to remain open. The trigger doesn't work anymore until we go inside the elevator. We go inside the elevator, the other trigger is going to close the door. Door is going to open, remain open. When we go inside the elevator, the trigger will close the door. See if that works. Door is open. Okay, how about this? Before the elevator goes up, so we have the trigger. We gotta set this up a little bit differently now. So this elevator is supposed to turn on the trigger for inside the elevator itself. But that's not going to happen right now. We're going to close that. And we're going to close this. So we don't want that to happen. And that's going to close the elevator door. Why is there a trigger inside there? The world will never know. So, elevator is going to close That's gonna turn on the trigger. This is just for the trigger, right? We don't even have to do that now. So I'm gonna make it to where the elevator closes and then the elevator goes up. So the door is going to close. When we're inside the elevator, the door will close. Let's see if that works actually. Before I do anything else. Yeah. Door opens. Done. We go inside the elevator. And the elevator can now work right away. The fact that the elevator is working, that's bad. What else is working here? So this has to be off. The door opens. Go inside. The door has to close. We have to close this door. We have to close this door. When we go inside, the trigger we will trigger this. Trigger inside the door. When the door closes, it will trigger. The trigger inside will work, and then the door will close. Okay. When the door closes, then the elevator will move. You gotta do step by step. I'm never gonna understand. Now, when the elevator door closes, then the trigger this. For the bottom, of course. Let's see if that works. Door open, door remains closed. Door closed and the elevator will go up. There we go. Vice versa on top. See that now? So let's see the top. The top, we have that. So for the top, we're gonna have to repeat the steps now. Now the door in the bottom, this door right here, this is the closing door, right? This is the closing door. The trigger, I think, is off, right? When we reach the top of the elevator, so this trigger, we're gonna hit this trigger. Is this trigger on right now? It's on. So this trigger's doing something. So we gotta make it do something. So what we're gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to tell it to turn on something. I'm gonna have to tell it to turn on the trigger on top, right? I'm getting confused now. So we have that. I'm gonna have to tell it to turn on this trigger. Right? and then vice versa for the bottom. And then this trigger is going to turn on this trigger, the bottom. Right? But those triggers are now off in the bottom, so there's something else has to be turning on the triggers. So I'm guessing we're gonna have to... Is these triggers already been turning on and off, right? No. So I'm just hoping that those triggers are working based on the elevator. The elevator up and down is triggering those triggers, and those triggers will be triggering the other triggers for the signals to work. We're gonna have that trigger and that trigger activating that trigger for the door to open. Now we gotta repeat these steps. Let's just test it out to see if it works. I don't think it's gonna work because we screwed it up already. Okay, so trigger is not working now. Okay, so what happened here? Okay, obviously this turned off, so this is on right now. The trigger inside the elevator apparently is going to turn on this trigger. Which we don't want, I don't think, right? And the same thing happens here. So the trigger on top has to remain off. So that's probably what's happening right now. Could be the same exact script, but it's now we're going into multitask mode. We're touching it, that's the problem. So it works, it works. It's actually working. Okay, but that's the problem. We don't want it to do that. Okay. So we cannot touch it. There's a problem here now. Okay. We're gonna test it out again to see what the problem is. Touch it. Touch it. Nothing. Side, the door closes. Elevator condemns. Okay. Will the elevator move? No, it doesn't. That is not opening though. And that's the problem. Gotta follow that. Okay, so that should be activating this as well then. That's the problem. What is this doing? You're activating something. We are activating the door animation. We don't want to do that. I'm gonna do that for just for this. I want to see what that does. And we're gonna just play around with it. So we know that the first part was working. We never tried it again though. We're gonna see if that works again. It's supposed to close again. So when we hit this, it's supposed to close. Supposed to close the door. Difficult, huh? Difficult. And we can also play around with the buttons too. That. I think we got something going here. Oh, it's not working. Okay, so that one. It's going to close the door. See. Let's see what happens now. There's animations in Trials, which is kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest. We're not working now. That's great, you know. I wonder why. Oh boy, then. Okay, so when we open the door, when that is gonna make us open the door. I'm gonna have to like maybe do this again and just open that trigger for whatever reason. I don't know why I have to do that, but I'm gonna have to just guess that that's what's happening there. Trigger's big turned off and there's no way to turn it on because it's the top floor. So the hit trigger is not working for the top floor. So what we can do is we can create another hit trigger. I know it sounds kind of annoying. Another one. Right? And just say on. For whatever reason, it doesn't work. So this one will always turn on this trigger right here. One on the top floor. Okay, so that the problem is that's going to happen. So that's the problem. Okay, so let's just say turn off the trigger here. This is going to be, let's just say this is always on, but we have to turn it on again somehow. So the bottom trigger will turn on this trigger. So we have that established already. That should work. I'm not sure. So you see we're gonna try to break the system. Oh, what the hell's going on? Okay, so while we're in the elevator, that's what happens. Elevator will not work. Now it will, but it won't, right? Elevator's working. It's not good. Who's there? Well, that ain't good. Someone has to trigger the elevator here. Okay, so it makes sense. I don't know why that's happening. Oh boy, then. Really? What is going on? Oh, just why? Why doesn't it work? Oh, this is so annoying. I almost feel like I want to scrap the whole trigger system, really. It just doesn't want to function correctly. Yeah, it's not functioning correctly, and it's driving me insane a little bit. So the bottom is the problem. It's not working. Problem. So what's turning on these things? It's this, right? Feel like I'm gonna scrap the trigger system. Not working. Sure what to do. I had something going and now it's just like completely screwed up. It was working here. I don't know what to do. I'm lost on the triggers. I'm completely lost. I'm probably gonna scrap the trigger system. I'm gonna get rid of this. For the... Do I even need these triggers? Maybe I do. Maybe I do. we're going to, okay, so we're just gonna say undo that, start from scratch again, and see what the hell is going on. Okay, as soon as I hit the door, this will be default on. As soon as I hit the door will open. It will send 2 signals from here to here. I need to listen to something else. Just need to focus, that's all. My own music. Gotta work this out now. Okay, so this trigger is going to open the door. Right. When the door closes, it's going to send a signal to power on the elevator. When the door closes, the trigger for the elevator will commence. We'll turn on. I'm not going to use fancy words. We'll turn on. Okay, that is the script for the bottom. When we reach the top, the elevator will stop. Let's pretend that this trigger doesn't work, and let's pretend this trigger doesn't work. These are going to be the triggers for the door. How is this trigger going to turn on? I'm going to have to say that the top floor will trigger the bottom floor, and the bottom floor will trigger the top floor. So they work not simultaneously, they'll work back to back to back to back, so the triggers just keep going. Because they work constantly. We got that problem solved, I hope. This is going to activate the door. It's gonna open the door. Something has to close the door. So when I'm guessing the trigger for the top floor is going to close the door. I'm just going to go like this because I know it's doing something else, but I'm going to go like that. And I'm going to say close the door because this is how you close the door. This calculation is going to close the door and keep it closed. Same thing with this calculation here, is we're going to go like this. And this is going to close the door. I'm not sure if that's gonna work. So the door is closed. The door is open. The door will remain open on the bottom floor until I go inside the elevator. Once I go inside the elevator, the door will close. Right? I don't know. I have to check that out. Okay, so the door will close when we get out. So we got the doors and the opening and closing. Doors will close. How will the door open again, though? If we wanted to break the elevator door. Okay, so the door opens. Will remain open because we're on the floor. We go inside and the fucking elevator should close. I mean, the door should close. Not closing. And the reason why is because the trigger inside the elevator is not there. That's why. Okay, so the trigger for the top and the bottom. So these are going to be off. Now we got to answer another question. Is the trigger... How are we going to trigger the top and the bottom triggers? This is for the second floor. Second floor. This is for the top floor. Bottom floor. For the bottom floor. Going to align it though. We don't have to. Okay, so now we're ons and offs. I think you're aligned, they're programmed correctly. We just need to... Okay, so the elevator closes. Press it again. Elevator is not working. So when we go inside the elevator, are we gonna need another trigger actually? Trigger the I thought that's what it was, but I guess it's not. Super confused right now. Is this trigger on right now? It is on. I'm gonna just say do this. It is not working. Something is not right. The elevator is not closing anymore. I don't know why. I'm gonna see why though. So elevator turns on. We leave, then it'll turn off again, right? I'm super confused right now. So why aren't we turning on? Okay. I am so confused. Why is it not turning on? Yeah, isn't this what's supposed to... Is this working? Hello? Are we okay? Are we functioning? Are we functioning? We're supposed to be turning that on, but it's not being turned on. I don't know why. We're just gonna leave that on. Dude, what is going... I'm super confused. What is going on right here? I'm just really... I'm not even sure what's going on. Like, I'm telling the trigger to turn on, but it's not turning on. I swear I'm turning it on. Like, this is the bottom floor. This is actually kind of irritating me, and I think I know. No, I don't even know why, actually. I don't even know why. Yeah, I'm super confused right now. We have triggers inside the elevator to turn things on, but are not turning on. We have a trigger inside the elevator itself, not turning anything on. Right now it's off. The trigger outside is supposed to turn it on, right? No, it's not. So we don't even need that then anymore. It's right here. You have one outside. It's still not going to turn on, apparently. Oh, it's not even turning on anymore. Amazing. Gotta love it. Now what's going on? I thought this turns it on. Oh, that's not turning it on anymore. Well, that makes 100% total sense now. Now inside is supposed to turn it off. Okay. This is where the problem happens. So that turns it on. Trigger inside turns it on. Turns it off. Okay, there's something that has to happen though. So when this happens, this has to be turned on. Oh, no. This has to be turned on. That's already being turned on. But just in case, I'm gonna turn that on. And this one is supposed to turn this one on. So, the top floor. So when we get to the top floor, it's supposed to be on. When we hit the door, actually, when the elevator goes down to the bottom, right? Should work, right? So when we reach the top floor, right? Just the elevator up here. Nothing really is supposed to happen then. Okay. So when we reach the top floor, something's triggering something on. Is that trigger on the top floor? Is there anything that's supposed to turn it on though? No clue. So when we get to the top floor, what is turning on the trigger on the top floor? the big question. There's something turning on something. There are only 2 triggers. So there's nothing turning on the trigger on the top floor, it looks like. There's only 2 triggers. Right? That one. Something else turning it on. This could be the one. It's this thing right here. Why do we need to do that on the top floor though? So on the top floor, elevator doesn't make any sense because it's a different script. I'm super confused now. I'm just guessing that that was not supposed to happen. Now the triggers are just driving me insane now. So, the trigger's not supposed to work. That's the big problem now. We're not supposed to trigger this. We're not supposed to trigger this. Something's triggering this already. Yeah. Something's triggering that already. So this doesn't... What does this do? What does this do again? This does that. This does... Right? This does... This does that. Okay, so that's probably the reason why it's doing that. Okay, so on the top floor, when we reach the top floor, so we are not working. That trigger's not working. And reach the... When the elevator closes, this is supposed to activate. But I think what's happening is the elevator's braking. Because it's not supposed to... Because we did it a different way. Super confused. Hello? I'm super confused. What is going on? Arrived at the top. Well, that's the problem already. We cannot touch the elevator. We're supposed to touch the elevator for it to work. Oh my goodness, dude. Like, why? See if that works. Okay, so the elevator is not supposed to go down. I don't know why the elevator is going down. We're not supposed to make the elevator go down. Dude, what is going on, dude? The elevator is not supposed to go down. Is that the trigger for inside? No. The elevator is supposed to go down, but it's not supposed to go up again. So this cannot be here. Well, super confused now. This one is the trigger for that. So we cannot have that then. Cannot this doesn't make sense up here. For the bottom it makes sense, from the top it does not. Okay, and this is supposed to trigger the doing. What is that doing though? I don't know. I don't know what that's doing. This is supposed to trigger the elevator. This is supposed to work. We don't want to do that because we can cheat. Move. That trigger up here. Something is triggering this. Well, it's probably this, right? This is probably triggering that, right? This is the thing that drives me insane about this game, is just I don't know what's happening. Elevator is moving and I don't want it to move. Off. That's not even on though. We're sharing the same. There's nothing turning it on, duh, now. Okay, so when we reach the top... This is supposed to turn on, right? Am I right or am I wrong? I'm so confused right now. Well, we did it wrong. That's the bottom floor. That was my bad. This is the top floor. I'm doing a mistake now again. I wanna do this. Could be doing that wrong again. Okay, and now we reached more of the puzzle. More of the puzzle. We can do this. That's where the puzzle ends. We gotta figure out what the hell's going on now. This is the bottom floor. We cannot do this. I don't know why I keep doing this. This is for the bottom floor. Okay, so on the top floor... On the top floor, there has to be, when we go inside the elevator... So inside the elevator... I guess we just gotta do a new trigger here. Okay, so this trigger is gonna be off, obviously. This is what triggers me a little bit here. Triggers with triggered. Getting triggered with triggers. What do we do now? And let's see. The top floor. Top floor. Top floor will. The top floor will do closing the animation, right? Yeah, close the animation. I didn't think this part was gonna take that long, actually. Like, why? I'm super confused. Oh, and I know why. Because the trigger's not there. The trigger's not there. Like, what's... Okay, see, that's the big problem now. That's the major problem. Is that right there? Why is that not working? I'm guessing that's connected to my player, yep. It's off. Turning it on, right? Unless the on is not working. Unless the on is not working, dude, I am super confused right now. I think that's the problem for the bottom floor, right? Made a mistake there. Huh. Okay, now I'm mega confused, dude. Mega confused. So I'm guessing that's not the one we do then. Okay, well. Oh, but that doesn't... dude, we don't want that to happen. Okay, so we don't want that trigger to happen. We don't want that trigger to happen, so that trigger is on again. I want to turn that off. I want to turn that off. And this is going to turn on. That's the problem. We don't want to turn that on. Are we gonna screw the whole thing up? Why are we gonna turn that on though? I'm super confused. I think I know why. We have to do a totally different trigger at the top though. Okay, so the reason why is the trigger's on right now. I'm hoping, right? Yeah, the trigger's gonna be on right now, and then the trigger works. Okay, and then go on. Will it be off? No, it has to be off. It has to be off. So how do we turn it on? Because we need that on. We need that trigger on. But why do we need it on? It's just going to complicate the whole thing. I wonder if there's another way I can turn this on. No. Go up the elevator. Elevator turns off. Turns on. We won't be able to open it. That's why. That's why we need it on. So we needed this on. Right. It's going to turn on this. And this is going to turn off that. Right? Right and wrong. Right and wrong. Right. What? We wanted to turn it on. Something is turning it on again. We don't know. But we know it's going to turn it off. I want to see if there's two different conflicting signals turning it on and off. Turning it on, that's bad, actually. That's actually kind of bad. Actually pretty bad. So we cannot have... It's turning it on, okay. Cannot turn this. And probably break that. That ain't good. This trigger's too close. Trigger's way too close. Elevator door. Isn't this one too close to the elevator door too as well though? Here's the problem. Okay, we don't want that. That's the problem. Want it to close. Want it to open again. Maybe we can put an impulse. Actually, yeah, I just didn't even thought about the impulse trigger now. We can say after 300 milliseconds, this closes and opens a new trigger. It's pretty annoying. It's probably so much easier to code this if I had access to code. Instead of just doing it like this, it's just like an arm and a fucking leg. All my other programming friends are just like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay, so this is not working. You know why? Because the delay filter is not working. We're gonna see which one's the trigger here. It off again, right? Oh, yeah, it's gonna turn it off. I just done something that just destroyed people's brains right there. So, why are we... Okay, that the problem is we don't know why this is actually happening. We don't know why that's actually happening. That is supposed to do what? It's supposed to turn on this, right? Or am I wrong? The door came up. The door goes up. Dude, like, this is driving me fucking insane right now. Because we can't see. I can't see what's going on. I can only assume. Okay, the trigger works to close the elevator. This is supposed to work. This is not working anymore. So, you know what I'm guessing is, the impulse is going through, even though I didn't tell it to go through. The impulse is still going through. Understand? So I told it to be on, though. I told it to be on, right? After it closes, right? I told that to be on, right? Right or am I wrong? Told it to turn on that event. I'm just gonna do that, because I don't know what's going on there. I gotta work out that problem now. This whole episode is gonna be the elevator. We gotta figure out what's the trigger. Okay, is it working now? No, it's not. Something's turning it off. Well, this is turning it off. This is turning it off. Okay, so we're just going to suspect it's this. Okay, we're gonna turn everything off. I'm gonna turn this on. I'm guessing this is what's working, right? This is off, right? This is off and this is off. This shouldn't be working. This should not be working. This shouldn't even be working. These offs shouldn't even be working. That's what I'm hoping. Oh, I'm gonna test it to see if that's the case. I want to see how good this editor actually is. Oh, it is working. I don't know why. You'd expect that something that's off wouldn't work. Okay, so it shouldn't even be working anyway. I'm guessing it doesn't work. I'm guessing it doesn't work. I'm just guessing. We're gonna see though. Is when they're not able. They're disabled triggers. Okay, now it's working. Elevator should come. Okay. Elevator's not coming. Not literally, but you know what I mean. Okay, so when we hit that trigger, it's this trigger, right? What is the elevator's what is the, it's 1 second. I'm guessing it's 1 second, right? Second. It's times. Okay, so just to make things a little bit I don't think we even need that, but we'll see. I'm going to have to turn on the elevator from here. Because the math that I'm doing right now is that it's working. But we just gotta hope for the best. Plan for the worst. Going down. I don't want it to go down. That's the problem. Don't want it to go down. So why is it going down? Maybe because it's in 4 seconds. Let's see. And I didn't want to do actual math, so I just divided it, lessened it by 1 so we can divide it by 2. So it's easier. I didn't want to go 2.5 plus 2.5. Stuff like that, you understand? Okay, why is this going down? I don't know why. Let's just get rid of this. I don't think we need this. Let's see what happens when we get rid of that. Vertigo again. The elevator is going down for whatever. Asking me why it's this. It's this trigger somehow. It's going down. Like, I thought this was supposed to be a delay, but there's something not computing here. So, elevator closes. Getting somewhere at least. Okay, we don't have to close the elevator again. Okay, so the problem is the elevator is being closed for whatever reason. So, can we just delay this then? Because that's what was happening before and it worked. Let's say off. I want to see what happens. Is there something up there that I'm not understanding? There's a trigger that's doing something that's off. I'm trying to work out which one it is. I don't want to hit that trigger. That trigger is bad. Oh, this is kind of driving me insane. Oh, this is not even working. Something is triggering this trigger again. Something is triggering the trigger. It's probably this. I just don't know. It's that trigger, and I don't know what's causing it. I don't know what's causing it to turn on again. So I'm just trying to work out so many different problems on how to stop that trigger from triggering. Okay, so the trigger doesn't work there. Okay, so the trigger doesn't work there. Interesting. So the trigger doesn't work when the door is up. So how about we do this then? When the door is down. See if it works. Then we gotta turn that on again. No, it doesn't work. What is going? I'm super confused now. Super confused. Something is going on to where the trigger's not working properly here. So that's the trigger that's being turned on. Dude, I don't know why this has to be an arm and a leg to do anything in this game. I don't want the trigger to be on. So you would just think I could just do this. But I don't know. You would just think I could do this. In 2 seconds. I can turn off this. I'm just hoping, because I just want the trigger not to be on. And if I turn off the actual event itself, it won't be as a trigger. That's what I'm hoping. Okay. Don't turn it on. Okay. So it works. It's actually fucking working. Okay, so that works. Now we gotta find a way to turn this on again. Okay. And then after 2 seconds again, let's just say we want to turn on the elevator. Go down. Maybe even after a second, actually. Who knows? Good, but bad. Good, but bad. Let's say in 2 seconds. Let's hope I'm right. Let's hope I'm right. I'm just worried about people who are gonna cheat here. Blades, why is the elevator working then? Or we're gonna see if this thing works. Now this doesn't. No, dude, this is just driving me insane now. Now the elevator's busted. Right? Well, of course it doesn't work, because we never done that far. We never worked out that far yet. Well, at least we're getting somewhere, at least. Okay. So, let's say... 4 seconds. I think I know what's going on too. The impulse is still going. That's the stupid part about it. The impulse is still registering. And I think that's the problem. Impulse is still registering. We wanted to the elevator to go and then stop, but it doesn't want to. Something's caught. The trigger inside is doing something. I think I know why. No, I don't even know what's causing anything now. So we're causing something here. Do we need to cause this? Not gonna touch that. Ah, this elevator. Second floor is driving me insane. So we got level 4. So here's the problem. Now here's the major problem. So we need to say why are we turning that off? What are we turning on though? Oh, this is driving me insane. Yeah, that's the huge problem now. I can't work out the problem. I'm at a loss right now, as Hunter would say. I wonder what's causing this though. Okay, so something that's turning it on, right? Turning it off. That's turning it on. It's turning it on. So confused right now. Can we just turn this off? Like I just want that trigger to be off. That's the problem. I just want that trigger to be off. I just want that trigger to be off. That's all I want. I just want the trigger to be off. It's off. Right, it's off. But I want it to be on. That's the problem. So, how about... Now the elevator should work, right? Yep, the problem is we can turn that on. I'm like mega confused. Why is the trigger on? I will never understand trials. It will take a rocket scientist or an alien to figure that one out. A literal alien. An alien. I'm just kind of done. I'm just assuming that the trials editor broke. I'm just assuming that it broke. Because I can't figure out what's causing the trigger. Like, I checked everything. I can probably, like, redo it, but I don't want to do it. To be honest. I'm just gonna see if this way works or not. We're gonna do the physical body thing again. And the physical body thing is going to... this, I'm guessing. We're gonna say physical body on. Where's our physical body? Right here, right? But I think I know what's gonna happen. We're not gonna be able to go up there. Because something's gonna happen. I just know it. Yep. Oh no. We're not gonna be able to go inside. For whatever reason. I wish we can, like, see the script in front of us. I think that's another problem with the Trials editor. Is I'm unable to see what's going on. Door closes, doors open, door opens. So, I have to figure out what the hell... How'd I get rid of this? And I don't know how. It's just that the same problem persists over and over again. So what I'm gonna have to do is I can't rely on the door opening here. I have to rely on a different thing. I just have to rely on a different way of opening this door. Because it's unreliable now. Because I'm sharing it. The door is gonna open and close, open and close. I can't use the same script to open and close the door. I have to rely on a different system. I think that's the problem. I'm relying on the easiest solution, but the easiest solution is always going to be opening and closing. Right now, I won't be able to open the door, obviously. So this trigger right here opens the door. So this right here opens the door, so we can calculate the door opening, which is 4 seconds. But it will cut it in half. So I'm gonna say, since this is the first time me using the trigger up here, that in 2 seconds, we will trigger that to open. And if it's not 2, then it's 4. The game is killing me. Okay, it's working. It's working. Will this open? No, it won't open. Okay, so now we gotta activate the door somehow. So, okay, 2 seconds. 10 seconds. 2 seconds. So, okay, so that script works. So we hit that. In 2 seconds, what will happen? So we have to have a script here. That will open the elevator. Well, we can't though, because we're going to run into the same situation. It's not going to work. Only scary part is this elevator is going to stop working or start. That's the problem. We don't want that. So we knew that was going to happen. So we're gonna have to figure out a different way here. So this way, the door closes, the door opens. Door closes. Zero. Okay, so this is going to be off. Okay, so based on that value, turn on the elevator, right? How will we know? How will I know? That's gonna be another calculation that I don't know how to work out. We have to do it again and again. Opening and closing at work. You need to work. so I'm gonna turn that on. We're gonna turn on a different trigger. Gonna turn on a different trigger. Problem is, we want the trigger to work. Okay, so we want the trigger to work. Oh boy. Okay, so we want the trigger to work when we get inside. It's gonna be inside the elevator itself. It's gonna be on. It's going to turn on this. This is going to determine the elevator's state. That's going to turn off that. Right, but we also got to turn off the trigger itself. Calculon insane here. And then this has got to be doing this. And this, and then this, and this, and this, and this. We gotta get, so when that calculation of the lift commences, then we can turn on the lift. And we gotta put this inside the elevator again. There'll be another trigger. You know what? I'm actually just gonna do this. Overcomplicate myself again here. I don't get lost here a little bit. I know it seems overwhelming, but I think this is gonna work this time. We're doing like borrowing and stuff like that. Anyone who does not know is not gonna know, so just know. We're gonna play test it. See if it works, the functionality works or not. Yeah, you see it works. It works. We are saved. We're saved. Oh, now it doesn't work down here. Okay, so the trigger down here. Where's the trigger down here at going to? Going over here, we need to say, we need to trigger this. But what I did is I just borrowed the same calculation and just paired it with a trigger. So I don't know what type of math I'm doing, but I'm doing some sort of math. A math expert has to let me know what I'm doing. Okay? Because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just improvising. Now it's breaking now. You probably can do the same thing down here too, right? Because right here, yeah, you see, like, the active triggers, they're working and everything, but we can try to improve the script here, because when you go inside the elevator begins to move. Oh my goodness, but that's like another problem. Like, the elevator works, man. The elevator works. The elevator does work. The elevator works. Now, how do we perfect the elevator animation for the bottom floor? The top floor works 100% over and over again. So how do we comprise this logic with the elevator logic in the bottom? So we really got to work it out now. Okay. So in the bottom, the trigger works, right? It's already on. When we go inside the elevator, so we gotta like completely destroy the script here. So the top floor works. The top floor is working correctly. 100% working correctly. So I'm probably gonna have to rectify the script for the top floor with the bottom floor. Sure. Then people can say my maps are shit. Even though they're probably not doing nowhere near as much as I'm doing. But they have the audacity to say it's shit. You understand? You see what triggers me the most? Is incompetence of people's thinking. Okay, so we got one problem solved. Now another problem came. We gotta solve that one. So the trigger works the first time, but the second time it doesn't work. The timing's off. So what we need to do is we need to create new timing for the bottom somehow. Okay, so I think it's just the triggers that are busted down here. I think we just gotta like really start from scratch down here. Or actually even better, I'm going to do disable after hit, so we can do new triggers. Right? I think because these work, these work, but they don't work again. That's the problem. Okay, so these work. We got to do another script. Okay, so there's nothing turning that on. There's nothing turning that on, right? Okay. So the scripts, they work. So we have boom, done, done, and now it goes up. You would think it would work again, but I think something went wrong. That works. That works. That works. Now we go down. Okay, now something is working. I don't know what I did wrong. Huh? Okay, something is working. Okay, well now something something worked. I thought I disabled them after hit, but I guess something was working again. That makes total sense. Okay, so I did something that I... Okay, so that works. That works? No, but we're touching it, right? That's the problem. But it's disabled... I'm super confused now. Disabled after hit means what, then? Disable after hit. So it only happens after the first activation, so this doesn't... Okay, so we are still telling it to turn on, so it's still going to work. So we don't even have to turn it off. So this whole, like, off defeats the whole purpose of... Because disable after hit option's already there. Do you get it? So we're kind of like redoing our steps. Because we're already doing this again. You know, I didn't know that. I thought disabled after hit was a permanent deactivation. So... That's what I want. I want a permanent deactivation. So I'm going to say off for good. I don't even know if this is gonna work or not. So permanent deactivation will work when the elevator. But right now it's off. Let's see if it works. I'm gonna change the title of this video. It is the mansion, but it's the elevator. Craziness. I think it works now. Yeah, I think we got it to work here. Yeah, I guess that works. You see how am I testing the level over and over and over again to make sure it works? This is what the Trials Rising team should have been doing from the beginning. How the fuck did your game become broken? Was it the lack of testing, or like what's going on? You know, like I'm just testing this over and over again, and I look at other companies and I'm like, why did the game turn out to be complete broken? There's obviously some sort of miscommunication or something that had to happen. There is no way. It's like some quality checks were missed. Like, it just drives me insane. Like, I'm literally doing something right now. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like I'm testing it, right? Like the bottom doesn't work that well, but like I don't really care if the elevator doesn't close all the way. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna leave it the way it is because at least it works. If more game companies could actually do that, at least release it functional. It doesn't have to be perfect, like the door doesn't have to close again because it's not gonna break. You know what I mean? If this was like a multiplayer based game, but then it would be just different because then you have to wait for the elevator. It's whatever it triggers because, you know what I mean? It works perfectly now. It's not perfect, but at least it works. We have a two-way functioning elevator now. You know what I'm saying? That took like 6 hours. About 4 hours to program, at least. Right here, we don't have to do anything. Well, that's clipping through the thing, but yeah, it's clipping a little bit, but it's okay. I'm gonna try to break the game now. Okay, I'm gonna try to... I'm just like trying to break it now. So when the elevator goes back down again, actually I can actually restart and try that and see if that works. I don't think it does. I purposely put the trigger far back so you can't break it. And just that doesn't work at all. Yeah, it's impossible to break it now. Okay, because the triggers are far back. Increase the friction, so it's working. I don't think we need the script. We're not doing anything with this script. One right here. It's everything else we're doing. This is what helped a lot. This right here. This is what helped a lot. Alright, a complex animation has been done. I'm just going crazy right now. Figuring that out. Okay, so that's like an elevator closing animation, actually. I feel like we're gonna have that again. Right? Because that was pretty tough. I may actually copy this. This is almost like the combination lock. Maybe I should just copy the whole thing. Sure, actually. I don't know if I can copy this as one object, actually. I'm gonna move the whole thing and see if I got it correct. Let's move it again. It's not coming with us. Oh, that's the trigger for the ball. Yeah, before we save that though, I got to That was something to work out, wasn't it? And listen to my own beats that I made long time ago. Okay, so now we need to do the sound effects now. that was a struggle. Well, I'm glad I did that actually. Sound effects are in. Is Destiny there? No. Hello? I'm here, eh? Okay, so that's not what we want to do. We want to out the audio real quick here. Okay, so the audio will be... Let's check the elevator sound, actually. What does it sound like? I actually never tested that out yet. There's no sound for here, which it needs to be. I like the sound, but I don't like the sound. I actually like the sound, but I don't like the sound. I think let's try that sound actually. A little better, right? And so now we gotta adjust the sound for actually probably just make it easier by doing this. So when it comes to, I have 2 of these, and when we start, elevator, right? Based on the triggers. We don't even know which one it is. We're gonna just say this one's this one and this one's this one. Triggers. Okay, triggers. Triggers there. Trigger there. Let's see. I gotta test it and break it. Well, the first one is already broken. Gotta see what's causing that. That's what's causing it. We didn't do an off trigger for this one. Very nice. Okay, it's working. The sound effects all Okay, so that deserves another save. I think we're good. The sound effects are all working well. Right? And yeah, it's pretty good. We're not done with that area, so we can't do camera angles or anything like that. Like camera angles for the ending of the map, of course. Oh yeah, we need to do audio effects here. Is to say on and off. This is for environmental audio effect. Yeah, this is like for environmental stuff. So they're both going to be... The one's going to... So they're both going to have... The one's gonna be off. Actually, they're both gonna be off. Are they? No. Okay, so yeah, that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be playing as double states here. So we're gonna have mansion of sound effects. So that's going to be on, off, on, and then off. No. On. Gotta find where the sound effects are for. This is the ambient effects. Character and on. I'm probably gonna save some. Leave them there for now. And then up here, we're gonna say, so that's on. When we hit this trigger, it's gonna be on and off. And when we hit down here, it's going to be off. Off, on, off. for changing environments. And most creators, even I'm gonna call them track creators, don't even do this. Like, they don't even add these details. It's infuriating. And then they try to give other people criticism. Don't even add the basic functionalities of their own builds. Quite crazy to me, actually. Okay, so now we have the change in sound effects between one area to the next. Between the cave section and the mansion section, where I'm just gonna do like a crackling sound, really, because we're in an old environment. Usually the mansion section is quiet, so I'm just gonna add a little bit of ambience. And then this is going to be the locked door script. Now also we gotta do the... Gotta save that as a favorite now. Looks like they're all full. We gotta get rid of something. Is there something that I won't need again? I'm probably not gonna need the cave again, if I'm being honest. I'm not gonna need this cave anymore. Group 4. But I'm not gonna be able to use a cave anymore. But I mean, I could use this for Metroid Prime as well. As like a little wall or whatever. You know what I mean? So this could be very useful. Could be used for the laboratory. It's gonna be hard to ditch an object here. This one's gonna be tough. Wrecked car. Am I ever gonna need a wrecked car again? I don't think so. We're going to delete this object. Save this under... we're gonna call it... a prefab now. The elevator glitch. We have the elevator door glitch. No, not glitch. I'm tired right now. We have the elevator logic, and then we have the elevator logic. Probably not going to use that same elevator. We're just going to use different stuff. Okay, so that's what's going to happen there. So now we got to do the sound effects for the water. Might as well, right? Go to the logic of the footsteps. All the way over here. Water. Say bunch of ons and offs. Just gotta do just say on. You can borrow the same. Just say off. On and off. Get this game. This game is something else. That's the thing that drives me insane the most, dude. So this is my offs. This is my on. I'm hoping. No, dude, I'm super confused. Dude, it's like really bad. Better than nothing. Serious one. Oh, I guess we gotta like do something here. How to turn off the effect. Problems as well. Gotta have like an extra backup. What's going on? One hit to what? Off, right? I am so... This is why I don't like doing the sound effects for water, because they're busted. They're really, really busted in this game. Or like mega busted. Can even do this actually. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Doesn't work? Nice. It's crazy, because I said no. I'm gonna scrap it. Very soon. I'm just gonna scrap it. That is really annoying. On, off, off. Constantly saying off. Oh my goodness. I'm just not even gonna put the sound effects for the water. Sorry. Transfer them for that. That looks like a cool little shot right there of the caves from a different perspective. Editing this, man. Very nice. We don't even have to touch the button stuff. 'Cause we don't really touch the buttons in that game. We can add button stuff if we want to. But I think that's gonna be it for my stream today. I did a lot. I did a lot when it comes to all the logic of the elevator. I didn't think it was gonna take that long. But it was pretty complicated. Once we got started with the mansion layout and everything. It's pretty good. That happened. Okay, so the elevator works, the sound effects work, we have buttons, we don't even have to have buttons. The buttons are just there to give you like a visual representation, usually where the triggers are. So there's actually 2 floors, so the buttons will give you like 2 floors, floor 1, floor 2. We're just gonna leave them like that. I mean, we can change the color of them based on the floors and stuff. I don't even want to touch it anymore, to be honest. Everything is all set. I may touch it in the future, who knows. Well, there we only have 1 button. Alright, we'll have 2 here. I think that's about it. Give it one final save. Save 50. Overview of the original map that we done. We didn't do any camera angles because we haven't finished the design aspect of the mansion. But it's gonna be like that in that screen there. Yeah, so I'm gonna be pretty much done for making stuff for a while. I'm gonna actually shut off my PlayStation here. Other than this map, kind of using it to deal with my mental health, to be honest. It is ain't that great, not gonna lie. It ain't that great. Trying, but that's it so far for this particular build. We have that whole contraption over there. I don't think there's going to be any zombies here. Who knows? That's going to be it for me when it comes to making maps. I will make it in maybe a week's time from now, who knows? Because I'm going to be playing another game that I've been looking forward to, so I'm going to be doing that. I'm probably just going to play this other game my other friend's going to buy me as well. Yeah, but I do want to finish these builds that I started, and I'm definitely going to do that in the near future. I'm definitely going to definitely do it. Builds. It's going to be this map. We got to finish this map, and then there's going to be the laboratory build, which is going to be a different type of set pieces and stuff. And then there's going to be the Metroid builds, which is going to be like futuristic alien tech type of stuff. Doing that, Skytown, Brio, of Century Fortress. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but I enjoy doing it. I'm not here to prove myself or anything. I'm just enjoying doing what I love, and that's what's the most important. This couch setup that I have. Sorry. Turn on my little AC here, because it's kind of hot here, so that's gonna be it for me. The fair. Gotta go to the fair. Oh, I missed him. Seven minutes ago. Hold on. Well, the game that I'm gonna looking forward to is Alan Wake 2. It ain't the best game for anybody watching. It's a horror game where you shoot demons and monsters. So I'll be playing that game, of course, because I like the original game. Thought that was like a masterpiece. I think I gave the original one like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 or something like that. I'm not sure. Pretty high score for a game. So that's it later. That is it.